Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The first drops of rain touched the diamond-paned windows of Ashworth Manor with the gentleness of fingertips against silk, each droplet catching the amber light of the late October afternoon before sliding down the ancient glass like tears of contentment. The sound was barely a whisper at first, a soft percussion that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves, as if the manor were humming a lullaby it had learned across 3 centuries of English autumns. Lady Margaret Ashworth paused in the grand entrance hall, her hand resting lightly upon the polished mahogany banister, and listened to that familiar music. The year was 1926, and she had heard this same rain song every October since childhood, yet it never failed to stir something deep within her, a mixture of melancholy and comfort that spoke of seasons turning, of time's gentle passage, of the eternal dance between storms and stillness that defined life in the English countryside. The scent of wood smoke drifted from the drawing-room fireplace, mingling with the faint aroma of beeswax polish and the lingering fragrance of chrysanthemums from the conservatory. These were the perfumes of autumn at Ashworth Manor, familiar, comforting, speaking of continuity in a world that had changed so dramatically since the Great War ended 8 years prior. The very air seemed to hold memories of pre-war dinner parties when gentlemen still wore white tie as naturally as breathing, of servants who had served 3 generations of Ashworths before marching off to Flanders fields, of a world that had been swept away like leaves before an October gale. Margaret adjusted the string of pearls at her throat, her grandmother's pearls, worn at every important gathering since 1898, and considered the weekend ahead. The guests would be arriving soon, each carrying their own burdens of the modern age, their own adaptations to a world that demanded new ways of being while clinging desperately to old forms. It was rather like watching actors perform Shakespeare in modern dress, she mused. The words remained the same, but the costumes told a different story entirely. The telephone bell chimed from the morning room, its modern intrusion into the manor's ancient rhythm still jarring after 3 years of installation. Margaret's butler, Pemberton, appeared as if summoned by magic, though in truth he had simply perfected the art of silent movement that defined excellent service in great houses. His black coat was immaculate, his silver hair combed with mathematical precision, his bearing erect despite his 63 years and the slight limp that remained from his service as Batman to Margaret's late husband during the war. "The London train has arrived on schedule, my lady," Pemberton announced in tones that suggested the railway's punctuality was a personal favour to the Ashworth household. Mr. Carstairs telephoned from the station. The motorcar should deliver the first guests within the quarter hour. Margaret nodded, smoothing an invisible wrinkle from her afternoon dress, a compromise between the formal requirements of hostess duties and the practicalities of a world where one could no longer assume an endless supply of housemaids to manage every detail of one's wardrobe. The dress was elegant but simple, its cut speaking of London sophistication tempered by country sensibility. Fashion in 1926 walked a delicate line between liberation and propriety, much like everything else in this peculiar decade that seemed suspended between the Victorian certainties of the past and the uncertain promises of the future. "Very good, Pemberton. Please ensure that tea is ready in the blue drawing room, and do remind Cook that Professor Whitmore cannot tolerate anything too rich. His digestion, you know." She paused, considering the delicate social calculations that governed country house entertaining. "And Pemberton? The library should be particularly welcoming this evening. I suspect our guests will gravitate toward the books after dinner. There's something about autumn rain that makes people yearn for stories, don't you think?" The butler's expression softened almost imperceptibly, a microscopic adjustment that spoke volumes about their decades of mutual understanding. "Indeed, my lady. I've instructed William to ensure the fire burns particularly well in the library grate. The oak logs from the east pasture as you prefer." As Pemberton glided away on his mission of domestic perfection, Margaret found herself drawn toward the library, that sanctuary, of leather and wisdom that had always been the true heart of Ashworth Manor. The room lay at the far end of the east wing, accessible through the main corridor or via the conservatory, a dual entrance that had proved convenient for generations of Ashworth men who preferred their scholarly pursuits remain undisturbed by the social obligations of their wives. The library door stood slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of the treasures within. Afternoon, light filtered through tall windows, illuminating dust motes that danced like golden spirits among the book-lined walls. The shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with volumes that represented 4 centuries of Ashworth collecting, first editions of Shakespeare and Milton alongside leather-bound treatises on agriculture, astronomy and archaeology. A wheeled ladder, polished to a honey glow, waited patiently for the next seeker of elevated knowledge. Margaret stepped into this cathedral of learning and breathed deeply. Here was the scent she loved above all others: old paper and binding glue, leather and ink, the faint mustiness of centuries mingling with the sharp freshness of more recent acquisitions. The oriental carpet beneath her feet, woven in deep burgundies and midnight blues, had been a wedding gift from her late husband's uncle, a diplomat who had spent 20 years in Constantinople. Its patterns seemed to shift and flow in the dancing light from the fireplace, creating an almost hypnotic effect that invited contemplation. 2 wing-back chairs flanked the fireplace, their leather surfaces worn smooth by generations of readers. A small table between them held the current selection of periodicals: The Times, Country Life, The Strand Magazine, alongside a crystal decanter of brandy and several glasses that caught the firelight like captured amber. This was where the men would gather after dinner, she knew, smoking their cigars and discussing politics, literature, and the eternal mysteries of human nature that seemed to occupy gentlemen of leisure in the year 1926. The mantelpiece displayed a carefully curated selection of curiosities: a Roman coin discovered during the renovation of the south wing, a fragment of medieval manuscript rescued from a monastery dissolution, a small bronze Buddha acquired during someone's grand tour. Each object told a story, held a memory, connected the present inhabitants of Ashworth Manor to the long chain of human curiosity and collection that had preceded them. But it was the books themselves that commanded attention. Margaret ran her finger along one shelf, noting the familiar titles that had shaped her intellectual development. Here was her grandfather's complete set of Gibbon's Decline and Fall, its spine worn from multiple readings. There her father's collection of botanical treatises, their margins filled with his meticulous notes about the manor's gardens. And here, more recently, her own editions: novels by Conrad and Hardy, essays by Shaw and Wells, the modern voices that spoke to contemporary concerns while maintaining the eternal verities that literature had always explored. Something caught her eye. A book that seemed out of place, though she couldn't immediately identify why. The title was unfamiliar, the binding slightly different from its neighbours, as if it had been recently moved or perhaps misplaced by someone unfamiliar with the library's organisation. She made a mental note to examine it more closely later, when the demands of hostess duties didn't press so urgently upon her attention. The sound of motor car engines drifted through the rain-spattered windows, accompanied by the crunch of gravel beneath wheels. The guests were arriving, their London sophistication about to encounter the particular charm of country house hospitality. Margaret smoothed her hair one final time, adjusted her pearls, and prepared to assume the role that had been bred into her bones, that of the perfect English hostess, welcoming strangers into her home with a combination of warmth and formality that made everyone feel simultaneously special and slightly awed. As she moved toward the entrance hall, the rain intensified against the windows, its rhythm becoming more insistent, more urgent. The storm that had been threatening all afternoon was finally announcing its arrival in earnest. Margaret smiled slightly. There was something deliciously cosy about being trapped in a country house by autumn weather, surrounded by books and good company, with nothing to do but talk and read and enjoy the simple pleasures of civilization, sheltered from nature's mild fury. She had no way of knowing, as she walked toward her guests with arms outstretched in welcome, that this storm would trap them all in ways she had never imagined, that by tomorrow morning the library she so loved would hold secrets far darker than any found within its treasured volumes. The misplaced book she had noticed would prove more significant than any first edition Shakespeare, and the peaceful sanctuary of learning would become the stage for a drama that would test every assumption she held about human nature, social order, and the thin veneer of civilization that separated the drawing room from the primeval darkness that lurked in every human heart. But for now, there was only the gentle sound of rain, the warm glow of electric lamps, and the anticipation of a weekend filled with the quiet pleasures that made English country life an art form unto itself. The storm was gathering, but within the walls of Ashworth Manor all was warmth and light, and the timeless comfort of books waiting to be opened, stories waiting to unfold, and secrets that slumbered peacefully in the shadows, biding their time. The first guest stepped through the front door, shaking raindrops from his coat and stamping his feet on the Turkish runner that protected the marble floor. Dr. Geoffrey Hartwell, physician and amateur naturalist, a man whose quiet competence had seen him through 4 years of battlefield medicine and left him with a deep appreciation for the simple pleasures of peacetime existence. His medical bag sat beside his overnight case. A doctor was never truly off duty, even during a social weekend in the countryside. "Margaret, my dear," he said, grasping her hands with the gentle firmness of one accustomed to offering comfort in difficult circumstances. "What a pleasure to escape London's noise for a few days. I swear the city grows louder each month. Motor cars and wireless sets, and the endless chatter of progress. Your sanctuary here seems more precious with each visit." Behind him came Professor Edwin Whitmore, classical scholar and antiquarian, a man whose mind dwelt as comfortably in ancient Athens as in modern England. His luggage bore the travel stickers of a dozen European cities, testament to his scholarly wanderings in search of manuscripts and artefacts that might illuminate the classical world. Despite his 70 years, his step was spry, his eyes bright with a curiosity that had driven him to excavate ruins from Sicily to Asia Minor. "Lady Ashworth," he said with a slight bow that marked him as a gentleman of the old school, "I do hope you won't mind if I spend considerable time in your magnificent library this weekend. I've brought along some translations that might benefit from consultation with your medieval manuscripts, the interconnections between classical and medieval thought. You know, quite fascinating when one traces the threads carefully." The third guest presented a study in contrast to the scholarly professor. Miss Vivian Carlyle stepped through the doorway with the confident grace of the modern woman, her travelling costume cut in the latest fashion, her dark hair styled in the bob that had become the emblem of feminine liberation. At 28, she represented everything that was new and slightly scandalous about the post-war world she worked for a living as a journalist, lived independently in a Chelsea flat, and spoke her mind with a directness that would have shocked her mother's generation. "Lady Ashworth," she said, extending a hand rather than offering the traditional curtsy, "how perfectly divine to escape the city for a weekend of literary conversation. I've been frightfully busy with a series of articles about the changing role of women in society. You know how the Modern Woman magazine does love its controversial topics, and I'm quite desperate for some proper books and genuine conversation." The final guest arrived, as the others were being settled with tea and gentle conversation about their journeys. Mr. James Hartwell, younger brother to the doctor, though the family resemblance was slight, carried himself with the particular weariness of a man who had returned from war to find the world disappointingly unchanged, in all the ways that mattered most. His war had been fought in the trenches of the Western Front, and though he had emerged physically intact, something in his eyes suggested that part of him remained forever in those muddy fields, where so many of his generation had stayed behind. At 35, James possessed the restless energy of someone still searching for his place in a peacetime world that seemed to have no particular use for the skills that had kept him alive during 4 years of mechanized slaughter. He had tried various occupations, journalism, teaching, even a brief stint in his brother's medical practice as an administrator, but nothing seemed to provide the sense of purpose that had sustained him during the war years. "Forgive my tardiness," he said to Margaret, though his smile held a trace of the charm that had made him popular in London drawing rooms before the war. "The motor car developed a most inconvenient problem with its ignition system just outside Little Bramford. Fortunately, the local garage proved more competent than one might expect from such a rural establishment." As the guests settled into the comfortable rhythms of country house visiting, tea and conversation, the gentle exchange of news and opinions that lubricated the machinery of social intercourse, the storm outside continued to intensify. Rain drummed against the windows with increasing force, and the wind began to sing through the ancient oaks that surrounded the manor. The afternoon light faded gradually into the soft glow of electric lamps, creating an atmosphere of intimate warmth that seemed to draw the little group of visitors closer together. The conversation flowed easily among topics that reflected the particular concerns of educated people in 1926, the general strike that had paralysed Britain earlier that year, the new theories of psychology being propounded by Dr. Freud and his followers, the ongoing changes in social convention that made this decade feel like a bridge between two entirely different worlds. Professor Whitmore spoke eloquently about his recent archaeological expeditions, while Dr. Hartwell shared observations about the changing nature of medical practice in the modern age. Miss Carlyle proved particularly engaging on the subject of women's evolving role in society, her journalism having given her insights into the struggles and triumphs of the modern woman that fascinated her listeners. Even James, despite his air of post-war melancholy, contributed thoughtful observations about the difficulty of adapting military leadership skills to civilian pursuits. As evening approached and the guests retired to their rooms to change for dinner, Margaret found herself once again drawn to the library. The room seemed particularly inviting in the lamplight, its shadows soft and welcoming, the fire crackling with the perfect combination of warmth and light that made autumn evenings a celebration of domestic comfort. She moved toward the shelf where she had noticed the misplaced book earlier, curious to examine it more closely now that she had a moment of solitude. The book was still there, but somehow it seemed even more out of place than before. Its binding was older than she had initially realised, its leather cover bearing the particular patina that came only with centuries of careful handling. The title, embossed in faded gold lettering, was in Latin, something about medieval monastery practices, as far as she could determine from her rusty classical education. What struck her as odd was not the book itself, but its placement. Someone had clearly moved it from its proper location. Medieval texts were kept in a specific section, organised according to her late father's scholarly system, and placed it among the modern novels. It was a small thing, perhaps, but in a library as carefully organised as Ashworth Manor's, such displacement suggested either carelessness or intention. Margaret frowned slightly, running her finger along the book's spine. None of the weekend guests had yet had opportunity to explore the library thoroughly, and the servants knew better than to disturb the careful arrangement of volumes. Perhaps one of the housemaids had been dusting and replaced the book incorrectly, though such an error seemed unlikely given the staff's long familiarity with the library's organisation. She made a mental note to ask Pemberton about it in the morning, then returned the book to its proper place among the medieval manuscripts. Such small mysteries were part of the charm of old houses, she told herself. Books that seemed to wander of their own accord, objects that appeared in unexpected places, the gentle chaos that accumulated over centuries of human habitation. Outside, the storm continued to build. Its voice growing more insistent as darkness fell. The rain that had begun as gentle fingers against glass had become a steady drumming that spoke of a long night ahead, of travellers who would be wise to seek shelter and remain where they were until morning brought calmer weather. Inside Ashworth Manor all was warmth and preparation for the evening-head dinner conversation, perhaps some music afterwards, and certainly a gathering in the library for those guests who preferred books and brandy to the more conventional entertainments of country house society. Margaret looked forward to introducing her visitors to some of the library's particular treasures, to sharing the stories behind her family's collection, to experiencing once again the particular pleasure that came from connecting kindred spirits with the books that might speak most directly to their interests and needs. She had no way of knowing that by tomorrow morning one of those kindred spirits would be beyond the reach of books or conversation, or any earthly pleasure, that the library she so loved would hold a secret far more disturbing than a single misplaced volume, and that the storm outside would prove the least of the forces that would shake the peaceful foundations of her carefully ordered world. But for now, there was only the gentle sound of rain, the warm glow of lamplight on leather bindings, and the timeless comfort of a room filled with stories waiting to be discovered. The evening ahead promised all the quiet pleasures that made English country life an art form, and if there were shadows gathering beyond the circle of light, they remained hidden in the spaces between the books, patient as monks in their medieval cells, waiting for their moment to step forward and claim their place in the unfolding story. The dining room at Ashworth Manor had witnessed 3 centuries of conversations, but few evenings had begun with quite the atmospheric drama that nature provided on this particular October night in 1926. Thunder rolled across the countryside like distant artillery, a sound that made James Hartwell's hand pause momentarily over his soup spoon, his eyes taking on that particular distant quality that marked men who had learned to distinguish between the rumble of weather and the rumble of war. The crystal chandelier cast warm pools of light across the mahogany table, its faceted drops catching and reflecting the flames of the dozen beeswax candles that flickered in their silver holders. Lady Margaret had chosen the smaller dining room for this intimate gathering, a decision that proved wise as the storm pressed against the tall windows with increasing urgency, making the circle of warmth and civilization within seem all the more precious and protected. The table setting spoke of understated elegance rather than ostentatious display. The Ashworth family china, white porcelain with delicate blue borders, had been wedding gifts to Margaret's great-grandmother in 1847. The silver bore the patina of daily use across generations, each piece carrying the gentle weight of countless family dinners, celebrations and gatherings. Even the napkins, heavy linen with hand-embroidered corners, told stories of domestic continuity in a world that had learned to value such permanence after the upheavals of recent years. Cook had outdone herself with the evening's menu, despite the challenges presented by Professor Whitmore's delicate digestion and the general preference for lighter meals that had become fashionable since the war. The soup, a gentle consommé with herbs from the Manor's kitchen garden, was followed by Dover sole prepared with a simplicity that allowed its natural flavours to shine. The vegetables, root crops from the estate's own fields, had been prepared with the kind of attention to detail that marked truly accomplished domestic management. "This sole is absolutely divine," Miss Carlyle observed, her voice carrying the clear diction that marked her as one of the new breed of professional women who understood that speech, like dress, was a tool of advancement in the modern world. "I do hope it wasn't too terribly difficult to obtain, given the weather. In London, one never knows whether the fishmongers will have anything decent when storms disrupt the coastal trade." Dr. Geoffrey Hartwell smiled with the gentle humour that had endeared him to patients and colleagues alike. "My dear Miss Carlyle, you speak as one who has clearly never experienced the particular stubbornness of a Kentish fisherman. They regard storms as minor inconveniences, much like postal delays or parliamentary elections, temporary disruptions to be endured with proper stoicism." The comment drew knowing laughter from the table, though Professor Whitmore's chuckle carried a note of scholarly appreciation. "Quite right, Doctor. The Anglo-Saxon character has always exhibited remarkable persistence in the face of natural obstacles. One sees it in the medieval chronicle storms, floods, crop failures, yet the scribes continue their patient recording of daily life as if such disruptions were mere footnotes to the larger human story." Margaret appreciated how naturally the conversation had begun to flow. This was the particular art of country house entertaining, creating an atmosphere where intelligent people could share ideas without the artificial constraints that often marked London society. The storm outside seemed to enhance the sense of intimacy, as if the small group gathered around her table were explorers who had found shelter in some comfortable cave, free to speak their minds while nature raged beyond their circle of light. "Professor," she said, refilling his wineglass with the burgundy that her late husband had laid down before the war, "you mentioned earlier that you've brought some translations to work on this weekend. Might I ask what period you're currently investigating? The library contains several medieval manuscripts that might prove useful, though I confess my Latin is far too rusty to make proper use of them myself." The elderly scholar's eyes brightened with the enthusiasm that always animated him when discussing his life's work. "How very kind of you to ask, Lady Ashworth. I'm currently working on a fascinating collection of letters between medieval monastery libraries, a sort of scholarly correspondence network that existed across Europe in the 13th century. The manuscripts describe not only the exchange of books and ideas, but also the methods these institutions use to protect their collections from various threats. Threats? James Hartwell asked, his tone suggesting professional interest. The war had taught him to think always in terms of protection and vulnerability. What sort of dangers did medieval libraries face? Surely not fire alone. Oh, fire was certainly the greatest enemy, Professor Whitmore replied, warming to his subject. But there were others. Theft, of course, particularly of illuminated manuscripts that could be sold to private collectors, political upheavals that might scatter entire collections, and sometimes— he paused, his fork suspended halfway to his mouth. Sometimes the threat came from within the community itself, monks who became convinced that certain books were dangerous, heretical, or simply unnecessary. Miss Carlyle leaned forward with the keen interest of a journalist who had learned to recognise the beginnings of a good story. How fascinating. Do you mean they actually destroyed their own books? That seems rather like intellectual suicide, doesn't it? Indeed it does, the professor agreed. Yet the correspondence I'm translating suggests that such incidents were not uncommon. A new abbot with particular theological views, a political change that made certain texts seem dangerous, even simple jealousy between scholars. Any of these could result in the quiet disappearance of volumes that had taken decades to create. Dr. Hartwell nodded thoughtfully. Human nature remains remarkably consistent across the centuries, doesn't it? The same passions that drive men to destroy art and knowledge today operated just as powerfully in medieval monasteries. The tools may change, but the fundamental impulses remain constant. The observation cast a momentary shadow over the table, perhaps because it touched too closely on recent memories of destruction that still haunted their generation. The war had shown how quickly civilization's achievements could be reduced to rubble, how easily the accumulated wisdom of centuries could vanish in an afternoon's bombardment. Margaret sensed the need to guide the conversation toward lighter waters. Professor, I wonder if you might have time tomorrow to examine some of the monastery records in our collection. There's a particularly interesting volume that deals with the daily life of a Benedictine community in the 14th century. The details about their library practices might complement your research. I should be delighted, Professor Whitmore replied with genuine pleasure, though I must confess, I find myself as interested in the social dynamics of medieval communities as in their scholarly achievements. The way these men balanced individual scholarly pursuits with communal obligations offers fascinating insights into human nature under stress. James Hartwell's laugh held a note of recognition, rather like military units, I imagine. Individual personalities subsumed into a larger organisational structure, yet somehow maintaining their essential characteristics despite the pressure to conform. An astute comparison, the professor agreed. Though I suspect monastery life offered considerably better food and rather less immediate danger of violent death. The comment might have brought back unwelcome memories, but James seemed to have developed the veteran's ability to discuss the war with a certain philosophical detachment. True enough, Professor, though I imagine the psychological pressures had their own particular intensity, being confined with the same group of people for decades, sharing every meal and prayer and scholarly discussion, it must have required enormous self-discipline to maintain harmony. Miss Carlyle had been listening with the focused attention she brought to any conversation that might yield material for her articles. It's interesting how you gentlemen speak of these historical communities as if they were entirely male enterprises. Surely the medieval period had its share of learned women, abbesses who managed great libraries, nuns who copied manuscripts, female scholars who contributed to the intellectual life of their time. Her observation brought a slight flush to Professor Whitmore's cheeks, the reaction of a scholar who had been caught in an oversight. Quite right, Miss Carlyle. The female monastic communities were often as accomplished as their male counterparts, sometimes more so. The correspondence I'm translating includes several letters from abbesses who clearly possessed formidable learning and organisational skills. And yet, Miss Carlyle continued with the persistent questioning that marked her professional approach, Their contributions are so often overlooked in the standard historical accounts. One wonders how many medieval texts we attribute to male scholars were actually produced by women whose names have been forgotten or deliberately obscured. Dr. Hartwell raised his wineglass in a gesture that seemed half toast, half acknowledgement of a point well made. Miss Carlyle, you've identified one of the great injustices of historical scholarship, the tendency to assume that intellectual achievement must have male authorship, simply because male names are the ones preserved in the records. The conversation had taken on the particular energy that marked genuinely engaged minds exploring ideas together. Margaret felt a warm satisfaction at how well her guests were connecting with each other, how the combination of good food, comfortable surroundings and intelligent company was creating the kind of evening that justified the considerable effort required to maintain country house hospitality in the modern age. Outside, the storm continued its assault on the Manor's windows, but within the dining room, the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial. The second course, roast lamb with mint sauce and vegetables from the kitchen garden, provided fuel for further discussion, while the burgundy loosened tongues and encouraged the kind of frank exchange of opinions that made dinner conversation memorable. "I must say," James observed, as he carved his lamb with the precise movements of someone who had learned to make the most of whatever food was available, "there's something remarkably restorative about evenings like this. London society has become so frantic since the war, so desperate to embrace every new fashion and amusement. Sometimes one yearns for the simple pleasure of good food and genuine conversation. Here, Dr. Hartwell agreed, though I suspect our yearning for simpler times may be partly an illusion. Every generation probably looks back on some imagined golden age when life was more peaceful, more civilized, more comprehensible than the present moment." Miss Carlyle's smile held a trace of mischief. "Gentlemen, you're beginning to sound like my father and his contemporaries, lamenting the passing of the good old days when women knew their place and young people respected their elders. Surely you wouldn't trade the genuine improvements of modern life, medicine, communication, women's suffrage for some mythical past when everything was supposedly more orderly?" "Not at all," Dr. Hartwell replied quickly. "I merely suggest that change, even beneficial change, creates psychological strains that make us occasionally nostalgic for periods that probably contain their own significant difficulties." Professor Whitmore nodded sagely. "Quite so. My medieval monks, for instance, probably looked back fondly on some earlier era when their communities were supposedly more devout, more scholarly, more harmonious than their contemporary reality. Human nature includes a persistent tendency to idolize the past and worry about the future. While missing the opportunities and pleasures of the present," Margaret added softly, "though I confess evenings like this do make one appreciate the enduring values of hospitality, conversation, and the simple luxury of time spent among congenial minds." The comment brought a moment of comfortable silence to the table, as if each guest were privately savouring the truth of her observation. The storm outside seemed to emphasize their sense of shared refuge, their temporary immunity from the demands and complications of the larger world. As the main course concluded and Margaret signalled for the dessert service, the conversation turned to lighter topics, recent exhibitions at the Royal Academy, new books that had captured attention, the peculiarities of London theatrical productions. Yet beneath the surface pleasantries, careful observers might have noticed subtle undercurrents that suggested her weekend guests were not quite the uncomplicated individuals they appeared to be. Professor Whitmore's scholarly enthusiasm seemed touched with an urgency that went beyond academic interest, as if his research into medieval library practices held personal significance beyond mere intellectual curiosity. Miss Carlyle's questions about women's historical contributions carried the intensity of someone fighting battles that extended far beyond dinner-table conversation. Dr. Hartwell's gentle manner concealed occasional flashes of deeper concern, as if his medical training had taught him to observe symptoms that others might miss. And James carried himself with the careful control of someone who had learned to function normally, while nursing inner wounds that refused to heal completely. His war service had ended nearly 8 years ago. Yet something in his posture, in the way his eyes occasionally went distant during conversation, suggested that part of him remained forever on guard against dangers that others could not perceive. Margaret, playing the perfect hostess, noticed these undercurrents without directly acknowledging them. Country house entertaining was partly theatre, after all a performance in which everyone agreed to present their most civilised selves, while carefully avoiding topics or behaviours that might disturb the general harmony. Whatever private concerns or hidden motivations her guests might harbour would remain politely concealed behind the social masks that made such gatherings possible. The dessert, a light syllabub flavoured with lemon and accompanied by biscuits from cook's own recipe, provided the perfect conclusion to a meal that had balanced sophistication with comfort, formality with warmth. As the last spoons were laid aside and the wine glasses emptied, Margaret felt the particular satisfaction that came from a social obligation successfully discharged. "Ladies and gentlemen," she said, rising from her place at the head of the table, "shall we adjourn to the drawing-room for coffee? Or perhaps," she paused, considering the preferences she had observed during the evening's conversation. "Given the scholarly inclinations I've witnessed tonight, some of you might prefer to explore the library. The fire should be particularly welcoming on such a stormy evening, and I believe you'll find the brandy adequate to the occasion." The suggestion was greeted with evident enthusiasm, particularly from Professor Whitmore, whose eyes lit up with the prospect of examining medieval manuscripts by firelight. Even Miss Carlyle seemed intrigued by the possibility of exploring a private library that might contain treasures unavailable in London's public collections. As the little group made its way through the Manor's corridors toward the library, guided by the soft glow of electric lamps and the distant flicker of firelight, Margaret felt a deep contentment settling over her. This was what country house life was meant to provide: refuge from the world's complications, opportunity for minds to meet and explore ideas together, the gentle pleasure of hospitality extended and gratefully received. The library doors stood open before them, revealing the room in all its evening glory. The fire crackled with perfect warmth, the leather-bound volumes seemed to glow in the soft light, and the comfortable chairs waited to embrace readers who might spend hours in quiet contemplation of the treasures surrounding them. None of them could know, as they crossed the threshold into that sanctuary of learning, that tomorrow morning would transform their comfortable gathering into something far more complex and disturbing. The books that seemed so welcoming in the firelight would become silent witnesses to events none of them could imagine, and the storm outside would prove merely a gentle prelude to the tempest of human emotions that would soon transform their peaceful weekend into a puzzle that would test every assumption they held about trust, truth, and the hidden depths of human nature. For now, there was only warmth and light, and the timeless comfort of books waiting to reveal their secrets to readers who approached them with proper reverence and genuine curiosity. The evening stretched ahead with promise of quiet pleasures and scholarly discoveries, while outside the storm raged on, keeping the world at bay until morning brought whatever revelations the new day might hold. Dawn arrived at Ashworth Manor with the pale reluctance of an October morning that had witnessed too much drama during the night. The storm that had raged with such theatrical intensity through the evening hours had finally exhausted itself some time before sunrise, leaving behind a world washed clean and eerily still. Raindrops clung to the diamond-paned windows like tears that had forgotten how to fall, each droplet catching and refracting the weak morning light into tiny prisms of colour that danced across the library's Persian carpet. The silence that followed, great storms always possessed a particular quality, not merely the absence of wind and rain, but a deeper quiet that seemed to hold its breath, as if the world were waiting for something significant to be revealed. This morning, that sense of anticipation would prove prophetic in ways that none of the Manor's inhabitants could have imagined, as they stirred slowly to wakefulness in their comfortable guest rooms. Lady Margaret Ashworth had always been an early riser, a habit formed during childhood and reinforced by years of managing a large household. At 6:30 she made her way quietly through the Manor's corridors, her silk dressing gown whispering against her nightdress, her soft-soled slippers making no sound on the polished floors. The house felt different in these pre-breakfast hours. More personal, less formal, like a great actor caught without makeup in the morning light. She'd intended to check on the breakfast arrangements in the kitchen to ensure that Cook understood the particular preferences of their weekend guests. Professor Whitmore's delicate digestion required careful attention. Miss Carlyle had mentioned her preference for strong coffee rather than tea, and both Hartwell brothers seemed to appreciate hearty English breakfasts that might remind them of better times before the war had changed so many appetites and expectations. But something drew her steps toward the library instead. Perhaps the desire to ensure that last evening's fire had been properly banked, or simply the pull that the room always exerted on her, its books and comfortable chairs offering solace at any hour of day or night. The library had been her refuge during the dark months after her husband's death, its silence more comforting than any human conversation, its wisdom more reliable than any contemporary comfort. The library door stood slightly ajar, exactly as it had been left the previous evening, when the last of their little gathering had finally retired to their rooms. Professor Whitmore had been the most reluctant to leave, lingering over a particularly fine edition of Aquinas until nearly midnight, his scholarly enthusiasm undimmed by the late hour or the brandy that had accompanied his reading. The others had drifted away gradually, Miss Carlyle, with a modern novel tucked under her arm, Dr. Hartwell after a brief consultation of a medical journal, James following a period of silent contemplation that suggested his thoughts had travelled to places beyond the reach of books. Margaret pushed the door open gently, expecting to find the room peaceful and empty, ready for another day of quiet scholarship and comfortable reading. Instead, she found herself face to face with a scene that would haunt her dreams for months to come. Professor Edwin Whitmore sat in his favourite wingback chair beside the fireplace, but he would never again lose himself in medieval manuscripts or scholarly correspondence. His body was slumped forward slightly, his head tilted at an angle that spoke of permanent rest, his hands folded in his lap with the peaceful arrangement that suggested death had come quietly, almost gently. His face wore an expression of mild surprise, as if he had encountered something in his final moments that had caught his scholarly attention, a last puzzle that he would never have the opportunity to solve. The fire had burned down to cold ashes during the night, and the morning light revealed details that candlelight might have softened. The brandy glass on the small table beside his chair was empty, though a faint amber stain on the oriental carpet suggested it had been knocked over at some point. The book he had been reading, that heavy volume of medieval monastery correspondence, lay open in his lap, its pages slightly disturbed as if by a sudden movement. But it was not the professor's peaceful death that caused Margaret's breath to catch in her throat, and her hand to reach instinctively for the doorframe to steady herself. Death, even unexpected death, was a visitor that every household of their generation had learned to recognise. What transformed this scene from natural tragedy into something far more disturbing was the state of the library itself. Books lay scattered across the floor in patterns that spoke of violence rather than accident. Volumes that had rested peacefully on their shelves for decades now sprawled open like wounded birds, their pages bent and torn. The wheeled ladder had been overturned, its polished wood scarred by impact with the marble hearth. Papers from Professor Whitmore's research translations and notes that represented months of careful work were scattered like autumn leaves across the carpet, some torn, others stained with what appeared to be spilled ink or wine. Yet amid all this chaos, one detail caught Margaret's attention with the peculiar clarity that shock sometimes brings to observation. The same medieval manuscript she'd noticed misplaced yesterday, the one she'd returned to its proper location, among the monastery records now sat prominently displayed on the central reading table, open to a page that showed an illuminated capital letter decorated with intricate vines and mythical creatures. It had clearly been placed there deliberately, positioned so that anyone entering the library would see it immediately. Margaret stood frozen in the doorway for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds, her mind struggling to process the contradiction between the professor's peaceful death and the violent disorder surrounding him. Had he suffered some kind of seizure that had caused him to thrash about, knocking over books and furniture before finally settling into his chair to die? But if so, Why did the scene feel so deliberately arranged, so carefully staged? The sound of footsteps in the corridor behind her broke through her paralysis. She turned to see Pemberton approaching with his usual morning punctuality, carrying a silver tray that contained her customary early morning tea. His expression of polite greeting transformed immediately as he observed her face and followed her gaze into the library. "My lady." His voice carried 63 years of experience in managing household crises with appropriate discretion. "Is there some difficulty?" "Pemberton," Margaret said quietly, her voice surprisingly steady given the circumstances, "I believe Professor Whitmore has died during the night, and I fear—" She paused, searching for words that could adequately describe the scene before them. "I fear there may be more to this than natural causes." The butler set down his tray with the careful precision that marked all his movements and stepped forward to examine the scene with the professional calm that had served him through decades of domestic emergencies. His eyes took in the scattered books, the overturned ladder, the professor's peaceful but permanent stillness, and the prominently displayed manuscript that seemed to command attention, like a calling card left by some mysterious visitor. "Indeed, my lady," he said, after a moment of silent observation, "this appears to require immediate attention from the proper authorities. Shall I telephone for the police?" Margaret's practical nature asserted itself despite the shock of discovery. Yes, certainly. But Pemberton— She gestured toward the windows where the aftermath of the storm was clearly visible in the form of fallen branches, scattered debris, and what appeared to be a significant accumulation of standing water in the lower portions of the drive. "Do you think they'll be able to reach us immediately? The storm seems to have been quite severe." Pemberton moved to the window and gazed out at the manor grounds with the assessing eye of someone who had managed country estate logistics for 4 decades. Trees had indeed fallen across the main drive, and the small bridge that connected the manor to the public road appeared to have suffered damage to its stone supports. More concerning still, the telephone lines that connected Ashworth Manor to the outside world were clearly down, their poles tilted at odd angles and their wires trailing in the mud like broken spider webs. "I'm afraid, my lady, that we may find ourselves temporarily isolated," he said, with a diplomatic understatement that characterized his approach to domestic difficulties. "The storm appears to have been more destructive than usual. It may be some hours, perhaps even a day or two, before normal communication and transportation can be restored." The implications of this observation settled over Margaret with a weight that seemed heavier than the October air. They were trapped in the manor with what appeared to be an unnatural death, unable to summon outside assistance, dependent entirely on their own resources to manage a situation that clearly required expertise none of them possessed. "Then we must do what we can to preserve the scene exactly as it is," Margaret said, drawing on reserves of practical determination that had sustained her through her husband's death and the subsequent challenges of managing the estate alone. "And we should gather everyone together to discuss what steps need to be taken." As if summoned by her words, footsteps could be heard approaching. Along the corridor, multiple sets of feet moving with the purposeful energy of people who had awakened to find their morning routines disrupted by circumstances beyond their control. The other house guests were beginning to stir, drawn perhaps by some unconscious awareness that the day held events that would demand their attention. Dr. Geoffrey Hartwell appeared first, already dressed despite the early hour, his medical bag in his hand, and his expression alert with the professional readiness that marked physicians who had learned to respond quickly to emergency calls. Behind him came Miss Carlyle, her usually immaculate hair hastily pinned and her dressing gown thrown over her nightdress, but her journalist instincts clearly functioning despite her informal attire. James Hartwell brought up the rear, moving with the careful alertness of someone whose military training had taught him to assess situations quickly and prepare for unexpected developments. "Lady Ashworth," Dr. Hartwell said as he approached. "Pemberton mentioned that Professor Whitmore might require medical attention." I came as quickly as his words trailed off as his gaze fell upon the library scene, and his professional assessment took in details that civilian eyes might miss. "I'm afraid, Doctor," Margaret said gently, "that medical attention may no longer be sufficient. Professor Whitmore appears to have died during the night, and the circumstances. She gestured helplessly toward the chaos of scattered books and overturned furniture. Dr. Hartwell moved immediately to examine the professor's body, his medical training overriding any emotional response to the discovery of death among their small company. His examination was thorough but respectful, his hands checking for pulse, temperature, and other indicators with the gentle efficiency that marked experienced physicians. "He's been dead for several hours," he announced quietly after completing his initial assessment. "Probably since the early morning hours, perhaps between 2 and 4 o'clock. At first glance, there are no obvious signs of violence or struggle. His expression is peaceful. His posture suggests he simply stopped. But he paused, his brow furrowing as he continued his examination. There's something odd about the rigor mortis pattern, and his fingernails show traces of what might be ink stains, though I can't recall seeing him handle ink last evening." Miss Carlyle had been surveying the scene with the observational skills that had made her successful as a journalist, noting details that might escape more casual observers. "The state of the room is quite extraordinary," she commented. "It's almost as if someone searched through everything quite thoroughly, but then took care to arrange certain elements for maximum dramatic effect." She pointed toward the prominently displayed medieval manuscript, that book, for instance. It's positioned exactly where anyone entering the room would notice it immediately. And look at the way the professor's research papers are scattered. They form an almost perfect circle around his chair, as if someone deliberately distributed them for artistic effect rather than simply dropping them in distress or confusion. James Hartwell had been examining the overturned ladder and the patterns of scattered books with the systematic approach his military experience had taught him. "Miss Carlyle is quite right," he said thoughtfully. "This doesn't look like the random destruction that might result from a medical emergency or even a struggle. There's something calculated about it, almost theatrical." Margaret felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. "You think someone deliberately arranged this scene? But why? And who could have done such a thing?" The question hung in the air like incense in a cathedral, heavy with implications that none of them wanted to explore fully. They were, after all, a small group of educated, civilized people who'd come together for a weekend of scholarly conversation and country house hospitality. The idea that one among their number might be capable of murder for murder was clearly what they were discussing, despite their civilized reluctance to use the word challenged every assumption they held about human nature and social order. Dr. Hartwell completed his examination and stood slowly, his expression grave. "I must emphasize that without proper forensic examination, we cannot determine the exact cause of death. However..." He paused, clearly struggling with professional obligations and social considerations. "However, I believe we must proceed on the assumption that Professor Whitmore's death may not have been entirely natural." The words fell into the morning stillness like stones into a still pond, sending ripples of implication in all directions. Pemberton, with his characteristic discretion, had already begun to consider the practical ramifications of their situation. "My lady," he said quietly, "if we are indeed dealing with unnatural circumstances, perhaps it would be wise to ensure that the scene remains exactly as we found it, until proper authorities can examine it, and perhaps we should consider whether the manor itself is secure." Margaret nodded, though the gesture felt disconnected from her thoughts, which were still struggling to process the transformation of their peaceful weekend into something far more complex and disturbing. "Yes, quite right, Pemberton. Can we secure the library? Lock it, perhaps?" Until she trailed off, uncertain how to complete the sentence. "Certainly, my lady. I believe the key is still in the morning room desk where your late father kept it." Pemberton paused, then continued with careful tact. "Might I also suggest that we consider the comfort and security of our remaining guests? This has been a considerable shock, and with the road impassable." The implication was clear. They were trapped together in the manor with a mystery that none of them was equipped to solve, dependent on their own resources and whatever wisdom they could collectively bring to bear on circumstances that challenged every social convention they had learned to observe. Miss Carlyle, her journalistic instincts fully awakened despite the early hour and tragic circumstances, had been taking mental notes of every detail. If we're truly isolated until the authorities can reach us, she said thoughtfully, then perhaps we have an obligation to preserve not just the physical evidence, but also our memories of yesterday evening. What each of us observed when we last saw the professor, any unusual incidents or conversations that might prove relevant. James nodded with the systematic approach that military training had ingrained in him. Miss Carlyle is absolutely right. Memory can be unreliable, particularly under stress. If we're going to be of any assistance to the proper investigators, we should record our observations while they're still fresh. Dr. Hartwell was examining the medieval manuscript that had been so prominently displayed, careful not to disturb its position but studying its contents with professional curiosity. "This is quite extraordinary," he murmured. "The page it's opened to discusses methods for protecting monastery libraries from various threats," almost as if he paused, clearly reluctant to voice his thoughts. "As if what, Doctor?" Margaret asked gently. "As if someone wanted us to find a very specific message," he replied slowly. "The text visible on this page deals with the identification of threats from within monastic communities, brothers, who might pose dangers to the library's collection or the community's safety. It's almost as if we're being presented with a riddle, or perhaps a confession." The morning light continued to strengthen, revealing more details of the disrupted library and casting the professor's peaceful form in increasingly clear relief. Outside, the aftermath of the storm was becoming more visible: fallen trees, damaged structures, and the general disruption that had effectively cut them off from the outside world. But inside the manor, a different kind of storm was just beginning to gather. The discovery of Professor Whitmore's death, combined with the peculiar circumstances surrounding it, had transformed their comfortable weekend gathering into something far more complex and challenging. They were no longer simply guests enjoying country house hospitality. They had become witnesses, suspects, and amateur investigators all at once, thrust into roles for which their education and social training had provided no preparation. As Margaret looked around at the faces of her remaining guests, each showing various combinations of shock, curiosity, and growing unease, she realized that their peaceful weekend had been irrevocably transformed. The storm outside had passed, but another tempest was just beginning, one that would test everything they thought they knew about human nature, social bonds, and the thin veneer of civilization that separated their comfortable world from the darker impulses that lurked in every human heart. The misplaced medieval manuscript seemed to watch them from its prominent position, its illuminated letters glowing in the morning light like eyes that had witnessed secrets too dangerous to speak aloud. And somewhere among their small company, if their suspicions were correct, walked someone who had transformed their scholarly gathering into something far more sinister, a living mystery that would challenge every assumption they held about trust, friendship, and the capacity for evil that might hide behind the most civilized exterior. The morning room at Ashworth Manor had been designed for the gentle pleasures of correspondence and quiet reflection, its pale yellow walls and delicate watercolour landscapes creating an atmosphere of serene domesticity that was meant to ease the transition from sleep to the day's responsibilities. On this particular October morning, however, the cheerful room found itself serving a far more sombre purpose as Lady Margaret attempted to transform it into an impromptu interview space, where the mysteries of the previous night might begin to yield their secrets. The rain-washed windows allowed autumn light to stream across the Persian carpet in patterns that shifted gently as clouds moved overhead, creating an almost hypnotic play of shadow and brightness that seemed to mirror the complex interplay of truth and concealment that would characterize the conversations ahead. The storm had indeed passed, but its aftermath continued to isolate them from the outside world, with a completeness that would have been impossible to achieve deliberately. Pemberton had efficiently secured the library, using the heavy brass key that had protected the room's treasures for 3 generations of Ashworth family ownership. The door now bore a small card, written in his precise hand, that simply stated, "Do not enter, by order of Lady Ashworth." It was a pathetically inadequate barrier for a potential crime scene, but it represented the best they could manage under circumstances that had never been anticipated by the protocols of English country house management. The morning's breakfast had been a subdued affair, with conversation limited to practical concerns about their isolation and the various discomforts that might arise from extended separation from the outside world. Cook had managed to produce her usual excellent meal despite the emotional disruption in the household, but appetites had proven limited among the surviving guests. Even the normally robust James Hartwell had done little more than toy with his eggs and toast, while Miss Carlyle had subsisted entirely on the strong black coffee. Her journalist instincts clearly more engaged with the intellectual challenge before them than with physical sustenance. Now, as they gathered in the morning room to begin what could only be called an investigation, Margaret felt the weight of responsibility settling upon her shoulders with an almost physical presence. She was the hostess, the owner of the Manor, the person whose invitation had brought these disparate individuals together for what was meant to be a pleasant weekend of scholarly conversation. Instead, she found herself thrust into the role of coordinator for an amateur inquiry into what increasingly appeared to be murder. "Ladies and gentlemen," she began, her voice carrying the authority that 3 decades of managing social occasions had taught her to project, even under the most trying circumstances, "I believe we must accept that we are temporarily beyond the reach of official assistance. The telephone lines remain down, the roads are impassable, and it may be days before normal communication can be restored." Dr. Geoffrey Hartwell nodded with the grim practicality that medical training had instilled in him. "Under the circumstances, I believe we have both a moral and practical obligation to gather whatever information we can while memories remain fresh. Even amateur observations may prove valuable when proper investigators eventually arrive." Miss Carlyle had positioned herself near the writing desk, a notebook open before her, and a fountain pen poised to record whatever revelations might emerge from their discussions. Her professional instincts had fully awakened to the extraordinary nature of their situation, and she approached the morning's task with the systematic thoroughness that had made her successful in the competitive world of London journalism. "Perhaps," she suggested, "we might begin by establishing a timeline for yesterday evening. When did each of us last see Professor Whitmore alive, and in what circumstances? Even apparently insignificant details might prove relevant when viewed as part of a larger pattern." James Hartwell had taken a position near the windows, where he could observe both the conversation and the grounds outside, a habit developed during military service, when awareness of one's surroundings could mean the difference between survival and catastrophe. His experience with intelligence gathering during the war had taught him the value of systematic questioning, though he had never imagined applying those skills to a drawing-room mystery involving people he had shared dinner with the previous evening. An excellent suggestion, he agreed. Military investigations follow similar principles. Establish facts first, then look for patterns that might suggest explanations. Though I must admit, this situation presents unique challenges that army manuals never anticipated. Margaret appreciated the methodical approach her guests were bringing to their extraordinary circumstances. The shock of discovery was giving way to practical determination, and she felt a growing confidence that their collective intelligence and varied professional experiences might prove adequate to the task before them, at least until proper authorities could assume responsibility for the investigation. "Very well," she said, settling into her favourite chair and composing herself for what promised to be a lengthy and emotionally challenging discussion. "Let me begin with my own observations, since I was presumably the last person to see the library in its normal state yesterday evening." She paused, organising her thoughts with the precision that years of managing complex social obligations had taught her. "After our dinner conversation, we all moved to the library together. That would have been approximately 9 o'clock, I believe. The room was exactly as it always is, books in their proper places, furniture arranged as it has been for decades, the fire burning cheerfully in the grate." Dr. Hartwell made a note on the pad he had produced from his medical bag. "And how long did the group remain together in the library?" "Perhaps an hour," Margaret replied thoughtfully. The conversation was quite lively initially. Professor Whitmore was particularly animated about some medieval manuscripts he hoped to examine. Miss Carlyle was asking about the organisation of the collection, and both you gentlemen seemed genuinely interested in the historical aspects of the room itself. Miss Carlyle looked up from her note-taking. Yes, I remember that conversation quite clearly. The professor was especially interested in a section of medieval monastery records. He mentioned wanting to compare them with his own research materials. He seemed almost excited about the prospect, more energetic than he had appeared during dinner. That's quite right, James confirmed. In fact, I recall thinking that the evening's discussion had invigorated him considerably. During dinner he had seemed somewhat tired, perhaps even slightly unwell. But once he began examining those medieval texts, he appeared to gain new energy. Dr. Hartwell frowned slightly, his medical training clearly engaged by this observation. Interesting. When I conducted my examination this morning, I noted that his general physical condition appeared consistent with his age and known health concerns. However, there were some anomalies that might support your observation about changes in his energy level during the evening. What sort of anomalies? Margaret asked, though part of her dreaded the answer. Well, the doctor replied carefully, without proper laboratory facilities I can only make preliminary observations. But his fingernails showed traces of what appeared to be fresh ink stains, suggesting he'd been writing or handling documents quite recently. His clothing also bore similar marks, and there were paper fibres under his nails that indicated he had been handling books or manuscripts with some intensity. Miss Carlyle made careful notes of these details, her journalistic training compelling her to record even potentially disturbing information with professional accuracy. Doctor, in your medical opinion, do these observations suggest anything specific about the time or manner of his death? Dr. Hartwell hesitated, clearly weighing his professional obligations against the unofficial nature of their investigation. I must emphasize that without proper forensic examination, any conclusions I might draw are highly speculative. However, he paused, then continued with obvious reluctance. However, the physical evidence suggests that Professor Whitmore was actively engaged in research or writing activities very close to the time of his death. The ink stains were fresh, the paper fibres were embedded in ways that suggest recent handling, and his posture in the chair was consistent with someone who had been reading intently and then simply stopped. But the chaos in the room, James pointed out. The scattered books, the overturned ladder, the papers strewn everywhere. How do we reconcile Professor Whitmore's apparently peaceful death with evidence of what appears to be a violent search or struggle? This was indeed the central puzzle that had haunted all their thoughts since the morning's discovery. The professor's serene expression and comfortable posture suggested a natural death, perhaps a heart attack or stroke, brought on by the excitement of scholarly discovery. Yet the state of the library told a completely different story, one of deliberate disruption, systematic searching, and careful staging for dramatic effect. Margaret found herself thinking about the medieval manuscript that had been so prominently displayed. Its illuminated pages opened passages about identifying threats within religious communities. There's another element we haven't fully discussed, she said slowly. That medieval book that was positioned so obviously on the reading table. I'm quite certain it had been moved from its proper location. Moved? Miss Carlyle asked, her pen poised to record this new detail. Yes. Yesterday afternoon, before you all arrived, I noticed that same book had been misplaced among the modern novels. I returned it to its proper location in the medieval section. Yet this morning it was prominently displayed in the centre of the room, open to a very specific page. Dr. Hartwell leaned forward with interest. And what was the content of that page? Margaret closed her eyes, trying to recall the exact details of the illuminated text. It dealt with monastery security, methods for identifying brothers who might pose threats to the community or its library. There were specific passages about recognizing signs of mental instability, theft, or other dangerous behaviors among those entrusted with the care of books and manuscripts. The implications of this revelation settled over the morning room like a heavy blanket, muffling conversation and filling the air with unspoken possibilities. If the manuscript had been deliberately positioned to communicate a message, what was that message, and who had intended to convey it? James, with his military background in intelligence analysis, was the first to voice what they were all thinking. This suggests premeditation. Someone either knew about that specific text in advance, or they spent considerable time during the night searching for exactly the right passage to convey their intended meaning. But what meaning, Miss Carlyle asked. A warning about dangerous individuals in the community, a confession of guilt, or perhaps a red herring intended to mislead any investigation. Dr. Hartwell had been considering the timeline with medical precision. There's another possibility we should consider. What if Professor Whitmore himself positioned that manuscript? What if he discovered something during his research that alarmed him, and he was trying to leave a message for us to find? The idea that the professor might have been trying to communicate some final warning added another layer of complexity to their already challenging situation. If true, it suggested that he had become aware of some danger before his death. But had he died naturally while trying to warn them, or had someone silenced him before he could complete his message? Margaret realised that they needed to establish more precise details about the evening's events. Let's return to the timeline, she suggested. Who left the library first? And do we know approximately what time each person retired? Miss Carlyle consulted her notes. I believe I was the first to leave, around 10:30. I had selected a novel to read in bed, one of the newer detective stories actually. Rather ironic, given current circumstances. I followed shortly after, Dr. Hartwell added. Perhaps 11:15. I wanted to review some medical journals I had brought with me, and I found a comfortable chair in my room suitable for reading. James nodded. I left around 11 o'clock. The rain was quite heavy by then, and I spent some time at my bedroom window watching the storm. It was reminiscent of artillery bombardments during the war. I find thunderstorms both disturbing and oddly comforting. This left Professor Whitmore alone in the library from approximately 11 o'clock onward, alone with the books he loved, the research that energised him, and whatever secrets the medieval manuscripts might have revealed to his scholarly examination. And none of us returned to the library after retiring to our rooms, Margaret asked, though the question carried uncomfortable implications about trust and alibis that she would have preferred not to explore. The three guests exchanged glances, each apparently conducting mental inventories of their evening activities. Miss Carlyle was the first to respond. I remained in my room from the time I left the library until this morning, she said firmly. I read for perhaps an hour, then went to sleep. The storm was quite loud, but I've always found rain soothing rather than disturbing. Dr. Hartwell nodded his agreement. Similarly, I remained in my room throughout the night, though I must admit the thunder did wake me several times. Once, around 2 a.m, I heard what might have been footsteps in the corridor, but given the storm's intensity, it could easily have been the house settling or branches striking the walls. James frowned, clearly accessing memories that might prove significant. Also heard sounds during the night. Several times, actually. My room is directly above the library, and old houses transmit sound in peculiar ways. Around midnight, I heard what seemed like furniture being moved. Later, perhaps around 2 o'clock, there were sounds that might have been books falling. At the time, I assumed the storm was causing items to shift or fall naturally. These observations added crucial details to their developing timeline. If James's perceptions were accurate, someone had been active in the library well after the professor was presumably alone there. Either the professor himself, engaged in intensive research activities, or someone else who had entered the room after the rest of the household had retired. Margaret found herself reluctantly confronting the logical implications of their discussion. If Professor Whitmore died sometime between 2 and 4 this morning, as Dr. Hartwell estimated, and if there were sounds of activity in the library at those times, then we must consider whether someone else was present in the room during his final hours, or, Miss Carlyle suggested with a journalist's instinct for alternative explanations, whether the professor himself was responsible for the disruption we discovered this morning. Perhaps he suffered some kind of medical episode that caused him to thrash about, knocking over books and furniture before finally collapsing in his chair. Dr. Hartwell shook his head slowly. I'm afraid the physical evidence doesn't support that interpretation. The pattern of scattered books and papers is too systematic, too organised. Medical episodes that cause such behaviour typically result in random destruction, not the carefully arranged chaos we observed. Which brings us back to the possibility of an intruder, James concluded grimly. Someone who entered the library while the professor was there, possibly engaged with him in some kind of confrontation, and then arranged the scene to convey a specific message before departing. The morning light had strengthened considerably during their conversation, and the sounds of normal household activity could be heard from other parts of the manor. Servants going about their duties, the distant clatter of breakfast dishes being cleared, the ordinary rhythms of domestic life continuing despite the extraordinary circumstances that had overtaken their weekend gathering. Margaret realised that they needed to consider practical as well as investigative concerns. "We should also discuss our immediate situation," she said. "Pemberton has confirmed that we remain completely isolated. The telephone lines are down, the roads are impassable, and it may be several days before normal communication can be restored." "Several days?" Miss Carlyle looked up from her note-taking with evident concern. "Are we adequately provisioned for an extended stay? And more importantly, are we safe?" The question that none of them had wanted to voice directly now hung in the morning air like incense in a cathedral. If Professor Whitmore had indeed been murdered, and if his killer was among their small group, then they were trapped not just by the storm's aftermath, but by the presence of someone capable of violence, who might feel compelled to strike again to protect whatever secrets had motivated the first crime. Dr. Hartwell addressed the practical concerns first. "From a medical standpoint, we should be fine for several days. The manor is well stocked with food and basic supplies, and none of us has any immediate health concerns that would require outside medical attention." "And from a security perspective?" James asked, his military experience clearly engaged by the strategic implications of their isolation. Margaret had been considering this very question since the morning's discovery. "The manor has good locks on all external doors and windows. Pemberton will ensure that everything is properly secured each evening. The staff quarters are in a separate wing, and I trust the servants completely. They've been with the family for years." "But what about internal security?" Miss Carlyle pressed. "If we're correct in suspecting that Professor Whitmore was murdered by someone in this house, then we're essentially locked in with a killer. How do we protect ourselves from each other?" The blunt question forced them to confront the uncomfortable reality of their situation. They were no longer simply weekend guests enjoying country hospitality. They had become suspects in each other's eyes, each one potentially harbouring secrets dangerous enough to kill for, each one forced to sleep and eat and make conversation with people who might wish them harm. James, with his background in military planning, offered a practical suggestion. "Perhaps we should establish some basic security protocols. Nobody goes anywhere alone, especially at night. We maintain a buddy system for any movement around the manor after dark, and we should consider taking turns keeping watch during the night hours." Dr. Hartwell nodded approvingly. "Sensible precautions. Though I hope they prove unnecessary, it would be foolish to ignore the potential dangers of our situation." Margaret felt a deep sadness settling over her as she realised how completely their pleasant weekend had been transformed. The manor that had always represented safety and comfort now felt charged with suspicion and fear. The guests she had welcomed with such pleasure now regarded each other with careful wariness. Even the library, her beloved sanctuary of learning and peace, had been transformed into a sealed crime scene that none of them could enter. "There's one more thing we should discuss," she said reluctantly. The medieval manuscript that was so prominently displayed. Professor Whitmore's own research materials were scattered around the room, but that particular book was clearly positioned for maximum visibility. If it was intended as a message, we should try to understand what that message might be. Miss Carlyle had been thinking along similar lines. The passages that were visible dealt with identifying dangerous individuals within religious communities. Could this be a warning that one of us poses a threat to the others? Or, Dr. Hartwell suggested, could it be a confession? Perhaps the professor discovered something about himself, some medical condition that was affecting his judgment or behaviour, and he was trying to warn us before it was too late. James shook his head. Given the systematic nature of the library's disruption, I find it hard to believe that Professor Whitmore was responsible for the scene we discovered. The arrangement feels too deliberate, too calculated for someone in medical distress. They had been talking for nearly 2 hours, and while they had established a basic timeline and recorded their individual observations, they seemed no closer to understanding what had actually happened in the library during the night. The medieval manuscript continued to present its cryptic message, but its meaning remained as obscured as the truth they were seeking to uncover. Margaret realised that they needed to approach their investigation more systematically. Perhaps we should examine the physical evidence more carefully, she suggested. The scattered papers, the specific books that were disturbed, the precise nature of the chaos we observed. Even if we cannot enter the library itself, we might be able to understand more about what occurred by analysing exactly what we saw. An excellent idea, Miss Carlyle agreed, and we should also consider what wasn't disturbed. Sometimes what a criminal chooses to leave untouched can be as revealing as what they disturb or destroy. As they prepared to delve deeper into the physical evidence and its possible meanings, the autumn sun climbed higher over Ashworth Manor, illuminating a house that had been transformed overnight from a place of hospitality and learning into a puzzle box containing secrets that would test every assumption they held about human nature, social bonds, and the capacity for evil that might lurk behind the most civilized exterior. The morning was far from over, and their investigation had only just begun to scratch the surface of the mystery that surrounded Professor Whitmore's death. But already, patterns were beginning to emerge from the chaos. Patterns that suggested their quiet weekend of scholarly conversation had become something far more complex and dangerous than any of them had imagined when they accepted Lady Margaret's gracious invitation to spend a few peaceful days in the English countryside. The afternoon light that filtered through the tall windows of Ashworth Manor carried a different quality than the morning's pale brightness, warmer, more golden, yet somehow weighted with the accumulated mysteries of the day. As the clouds that had lingered after the storm finally began to disperse, patches of blue sky appeared like promises of clarity that might eventually extend to their earthly puzzles as well. The manor itself seemed to breathe more easily as the barometric pressure lifted, though the human tensions within its walls remained as dense and complex as the morning fog that still clung to the lower portions of the grounds. Lady Margaret had decided that they needed a more systematic approach to their investigation, one that went beyond the initial shock and confusion of discovery to examine the deeper currents that might have led to Professor Whitmore's death. The morning's conversations had established a basic timeline and recorded their individual observations, but she felt increasingly certain that the truth lay buried beneath layers of social convention and polite discretion that would need to be carefully peeled away if they were to understand what had really occurred in the library during the night. The drawing room had been transformed into their unofficial headquarters, its comfortable chairs arranged in a circle that encouraged open discussion while maintaining the civilized atmosphere that made frank conversation possible among people who were, after all, still relative strangers despite the extraordinary circumstances that had thrown them together. Miss Carlyle had established herself at the writing desk, with her notebook and fountain pen, creating what she called their case file, a systematic record of facts, observations and theories that might prove valuable when professional investigators eventually arrived to take over their amateur efforts. Dr. Geoffrey Hartwell had spent the morning hours conducting a more thorough examination of the sealed library, studying the scene through the windows and making careful notes about details that might prove significant to a proper forensic investigation. His medical training had taught him the value of systematic observation, and he approached their mystery with the same methodical care he brought to diagnosing complex medical conditions. "I've been thinking about the physical evidence," he said as they reconvened after a subdued lunch that none of them had particularly enjoyed, specifically the pattern of scattered books and papers. It's quite remarkable how systematic the destruction appears when viewed from outside the room. James Hartwell had positioned himself near the windows again, his military instincts keeping him alert to their surroundings, even as his attention focused on the intellectual puzzle before them. In what way systematic, Geoffrey? From my limited view this morning, it looked like random chaos. That's exactly the point, Dr. Hartwell replied, consulting his notes. Random destruction would show different patterns. Books fallen haphazardly, papers scattered by chance, furniture overturned without regard to spatial relationships. But what we observed this morning shows clear evidence of deliberate organisation. Miss Carlyle looked up from her writing with the sharp interest that marked her professional approach to gathering information. Could you be more specific, Doctor? What kind of organisation? Well, he continued thoughtfully, the books that were pulled from the shelves came primarily from 3 specific sections: medieval manuscripts, recent acquisitions of modern literature, and a collection of historical texts dealing with English country houses and their families. The areas between these sections remained largely undisturbed. Margaret felt a chill of recognition. Those 3 sections, they represent exactly the areas that Professor Whitmore had expressed particular interest in during our dinner conversation yesterday evening. He mentioned wanting to compare medieval monastery practices with modern library organisation, and he was curious about the history of Ashworth Manor itself, which suggests, James observed with the analytical approach that intelligence work had taught him, that whoever searched the library knew exactly what the professor had been researching, or they were the professor himself, conducting an unusually intensive investigation that was interrupted by his death. The implications of this observation settled over their small group like dust motes in afternoon sunlight, visible, significant, but difficult to grasp completely. If the library had been searched by someone who knew Professor Whitmore's research interests, it suggested either a remarkable coincidence or a connection between the professor and his potential killer that went deeper than their casual social acquaintance. Miss Carlyle had been making rapid notes, her journalistic training compelling her to record every detail that might prove significant. "There's another possibility we should consider," she said carefully. "What if Professor Whitmore discovered something during his research that someone else desperately wanted to keep hidden? Something connected to the history of this house, or the medieval manuscripts, or even the modern books that have been acquired recently?" Margaret found herself thinking about the long history of Ashworth Manor, the generations of family papers and documents that had accumulated in the library over the centuries. "The manor has been in my family for nearly 400 years, she said slowly. "There are certainly documents and records that touch on sensitive matters, family scandals, financial difficulties, social indiscretions that were carefully concealed at the time, but might prove embarrassing or even damaging if revealed in the modern era. But embarrassing enough to kill for?" Dr. Hartwell asked gently. "Social scandals from past centuries hardly seem worth committing murder to conceal, particularly in 1926, when society has become considerably more tolerant of human frailties." James, however, was shaking his head with the grim knowledge that military service had given him about human motivations. "Doctor, you're thinking like a rational man living in a rational world. But people kill for all sorts of reasons that seem insignificant to outside observers. Family honour, financial inheritance, romantic entanglements, professional reputation. Any of these could provide motive for someone who felt cornered or desperate." The conversation was interrupted by a soft knock at the drawing-room door. Pemberton entered with the quiet efficiency that marked all his movements, carrying a tea service that seemed almost absurdly normal, given the circumstances of their discussions. "My lady," he said as he arranged the cups and saucers with mathematical precision, "I hope you'll forgive the interruption, but I thought you should know that I've completed a thorough inspection of the manor's exterior. The storm damage is quite extensive, I'm afraid." Margaret accepted her teacup gratefully, finding comfort in the familiar ritual even as her mind remained focused on their investigation. "How extensive, Pemberton?" "The main drive is completely blocked by fallen trees in at least 3 locations. The telephone lines are down for what appears to be several miles in each direction. Most significantly, the bridge over Bramford Creek has suffered structural damage that makes it impassable even on foot." He paused, his expression carrying the diplomatic concern that marked his approach to difficult news. "I'm afraid we must prepare for complete isolation for at least 4 or 5 days, possibly longer." The news fell over their gathering like a blanket, muffling conversation and forcing each of them to confront the reality of their extended confinement together. 4 or 5 days of living in close proximity with people who had suddenly become suspects in each other's eyes. 4 or 5 days of maintaining social pleasantries while harbouring growing suspicions about hidden motivations and concealed secrets. Miss Carlyle was the first to voice what they were all thinking. 5 days, she repeated, slowly. That's a considerable period to maintain our current arrangements, particularly if tensions continue to escalate as our investigation proceeds. It also means, James added with military pragmatism, that we have considerable time to conduct a thorough investigation of our own. Professional investigators often work with far less time and much less access to witnesses and physical evidence than we currently possess. Dr. Hartwell nodded thoughtfully. James is quite right. We have advantages that official investigators would envy. Intimate knowledge of the social dynamics among our group, complete access to the scene and all potential witnesses, and unlimited time to pursue every lead and examine every possibility. Margaret realised that their extended isolation, while uncomfortable, might actually serve their investigative purposes. Then perhaps we should use this time more systematically. We've established the basic facts of last evening's events, but we haven't really explored the deeper questions of motive and opportunity. What do you mean by deeper questions? Miss Carlyle asked, though her expression suggested she had already begun to consider the same possibilities. Well, Margaret replied carefully, we've all been operating on the assumption that we're essentially strangers brought together by coincidence for a weekend of scholarly conversation. But what if that assumption is incorrect? What if some of us have prior connections, personal, professional or otherwise, that we haven't disclosed? The suggestion hung in the afternoon air like smoke from an extinguished candle, acrid and impossible to ignore. The idea that their gathering might not have been as casual as it appeared challenged the fundamental assumptions upon which their investigation had been based. If personal histories and hidden connections were involved, then motives for murder might extend far beyond anything they had yet considered. James shifted uncomfortably in his chair, his military bearing unable to completely conceal what appeared to be inner conflict. Lady Ashworth raises a crucial point. In intelligence work, we learn never to accept surface explanations when deeper patterns might exist. The question is... He paused, clearly wrestling with issues of privacy versus investigative necessity. The question is how much personal disclosure we're prepared to accept in the interest of solving this puzzle. Dr. Hartwell set down his teacup with the precise movement that marked his approach to difficult decisions. Given our circumstances, I believe we must be prepared for considerable personal disclosure. If Professor Whitmore was indeed murdered, then privacy concerns must yield to the necessity of identifying his killer before anyone else is harmed. Miss Carlyle had been making notes throughout this exchange, but now she set down her pen and looked directly at each of her companions in turn. Very well then. If we're to proceed with complete honesty, I should begin by acknowledging that my presence here this weekend was not entirely casual. The admission sent a ripple of tension through their small group. Margaret felt her heart rate increase as she realised that the comfortable assumptions of country house hospitality were about to give way to revelations that might be far more complex and potentially disturbing. In what way not casual? Dr. Hartwell asked gently, his medical training having taught him to encourage disclosure without creating defensive reactions. Miss Carlyle took a deep breath, clearly preparing herself for admissions that went against every instinct of personal privacy. I'm working on a series of articles about the changing nature of English country house life in the post-war era. My editor at the Modern Woman magazine arranged for me to receive invitations to several weekend gatherings like this one, with the understanding that I would write about the social dynamics and cultural transitions I observed. Margaret felt a flush of embarrassment mingled with a strange sense of relief. You mean you've been studying us? Like specimens in some sort of sociological experiment? Not exactly, Miss Carlyle replied quickly. The articles were intended to be sympathetic portrayals of how traditional English society is adapting to modern realities. Nothing sensational or embarrassing, just thoughtful observations about social change. But she hesitated, clearly reluctant to continue. But my research did involve considerable background investigation into the families and individuals I would be observing. The implications of this revelation began to sink in, as each member of their group realised that Miss Carlyle possessed information about their personal histories that went far beyond casual social acquaintance. If her research had uncovered secrets or sensitive information, it might provide exactly the kind of motive for murder that they had been seeking. James leaned forward with the focused attention that intelligence training had ingrained in him. Miss Carlyle, what exactly did your background research reveal about Professor Whitmore, or about any of us for that matter? She reached into her handbag and withdrew a small leather portfolio, its contents clearly representing the fruits of considerable investigative effort. I have detailed files on each of the weekend guests, she admitted. Professional backgrounds, family histories, financial circumstances, personal relationships, the kind of comprehensive information that modern journalism requires for in-depth social analysis. Dr. Hartwell's expression showed the complex mixture of professional interest and personal unease that such revelations inevitably provoked. And did your research uncover anything about Professor Whitmore that might be relevant to his death? Miss Carlyle opened her portfolio and consulted what appeared to be several pages of typed notes. Professor Whitmore's background was quite fascinating, actually. His scholarly reputation was impeccable, but his personal life contained several complications that he kept carefully concealed from his academic colleagues. Margaret found herself holding her breath as she waited for revelations that might transform their understanding of the gentle scholar who had seemed so enthusiastic about medieval manuscripts and monastery correspondence. What sort of complications? James asked, his military experience having taught him that personal secrets often provided the most powerful motives for desperate actions. Financial difficulties primarily, Miss Carlyle replied, consulting her notes. Professor Whitmore's academic salary was quite modest, and he had been supporting an invalid sister for nearly 20 years. More significantly, he had been borrowing money from various sources to fund his archaeological expeditions, and these debts had reached rather alarming proportions. How alarming? Dr. Hartwell inquired, with the precision that medical training had taught him to bring to diagnostic questions. Nearly £3,000, Miss Carlyle said quietly. A sum that would have been impossible for him to repay on his academic salary, particularly given his ongoing family obligations. The figure struck their small group like a physical blow. £3,000 represented more than most professionals earned in several years, a debt that could drive even the most honourable person to desperate measures if the pressure became unbearable. Margaret felt a growing sense of unease as she realised the implications of this information. Miss Carlyle, did your research reveal how Professor Whitmore planned to address these financial difficulties? That's where the situation becomes particularly interesting, she replied, turning to another section of her notes. According to my sources, the professor had been in negotiations with several private collectors about the potential sale of certain medieval manuscripts that he claimed to have discovered during his archaeological expeditions. James straightened in his chair with the alert posture that indicated military instincts fully engaged. Are you suggesting that Professor Whitmore might have been involved in some kind of illegal antiquities trade? I'm suggesting that his financial desperation might have led him to questionable practices regarding the ownership and sale of historical artefacts, Miss Carlyle replied diplomatically. The line between legitimate scholarly research and commercial exploitation can become quite blurred when significant sums of money are involved. Dr. Hartwell had been listening with growing concern, his medical training making him acutely aware of the psychological pressures that financial desperation could create. If Professor Whitmore was indeed involved in questionable financial dealings, it might explain his particular interest in examining the medieval manuscripts in Lady Ashworth's library. The realization hit Margaret with the force of a physical blow. You think he might have been evaluating my family's collection for potential theft? It's possible, James said grimly. Desperate men often convince themselves that they have no choice but to take actions they would normally consider unthinkable. If the professor believed that stealing and selling a few valuable manuscripts could solve his financial problems, but that still doesn't explain his death, Dr. Hartwell pointed out. Even if he was planning theft, why would someone kill him? And why arrange the scene so dramatically with that medieval manuscript about identifying dangerous community members? Miss Carlyle had been consulting her notes throughout this discussion, clearly searching for additional information that might illuminate their growing understanding of Professor Whitmore's situation. "There's something else," she said slowly. "My research uncovered rumours about a scholarly dispute between Professor Whitmore and another medieval historian, accusations of plagiarism, questions about the authenticity of certain discoveries, threats of academic disgrace if certain practices were exposed." "Who was the other historian?" Margaret asked, though part of her dreaded the answer. "Professor Edmund Hartwell," Miss Carlyle replied quietly. "Geoffrey's father." The revelation struck the drawing room like lightning, illuminating connections and possibilities that had been hidden in darkness. Dr. Geoffrey Hartwell's face went white as he absorbed the implications of this information, his medical composure struggling to maintain control over emotions that clearly ran far deeper than professional concerns. "My father died 3 years ago," he said slowly, his voice carrying undertones of grief and what might have been anger. "He never spoke to me about any disputes with Professor Whitmore, but in his final months he did seem troubled about certain aspects of his academic legacy." James had been watching his brother's reaction with the careful attention that military service had taught him to bring to potentially dangerous situations. "Geoffrey, are you saying that you knew about Professor Whitmore's connection to our father's work?" "I knew there had been some kind of scholarly disagreement," Dr. Hartwell replied carefully. "But I had no idea of the specific nature of the conflict, or that it might have involved questions of academic integrity. Father was always quite discreet about his professional relationships." Miss Carlyle consulted her notes again, clearly reluctant to reveal additional information that might cause further distress. "According to my sources, Professor Whitmore had been planning to publish a paper that would have seriously damaged your father's posthumous reputation. Questions about falsified archaeological evidence, fabricated manuscript discoveries, even allegations of outright fraud in some of his most celebrated academic achievements." The afternoon light streaming through the drawing room windows seemed to dim as the full implications of these revelations settled over their small group. If Professor Whitmore had been planning to destroy the reputation of Dr. Hartwell's father, it provided exactly the kind of powerful personal motive that could drive someone to murder, particularly someone with the medical knowledge to kill without leaving obvious signs of violence. Margaret realised that they had moved far beyond the comfortable realm of academic mystery into territory where personal honour, family reputation, and professional integrity created pressures intense enough to justify the most desperate actions. The gentle scholar who had seemed so enthusiastic about medieval manuscripts had apparently been carrying secrets that connected him to each member of their weekend gathering in ways that none of them had initially suspected. "There's more, isn't there?" James asked quietly, his military experience having taught him to recognise when critical information was still being withheld. Miss Carlyle nodded reluctantly. "My research uncovered connections between Professor Whitmore and each of us that extend far beyond coincidental social acquaintance. This weekend gathering was not the casual scholarly meeting that it appeared to be." As the autumn afternoon continued its slow progression toward evening, the drawing room of Ashworth Manor had become the scene of revelations that would have challenged the most experienced professional investigators. The comfortable assumptions of country house hospitality had given way to a complex web of hidden connections, financial desperation, academic scandal, and personal vendettas that provided multiple motives for murder. The medieval manuscript that had been so prominently displayed in the library was beginning to make a different kind of sense, not as a random message about identifying dangerous community members, but as a pointed commentary on the hidden threats that could lurk within any seemingly civilized gathering. Professor Whitmore had apparently been a man carrying secrets that touched the lives of everyone present, and his death was beginning to look less like random tragedy and more like the inevitable conclusion of conflicts that had been building for years. But even as their understanding of motives deepened, the question of opportunity remained as puzzling as ever. How had someone managed to kill Professor Whitmore in the locked library, arrange the dramatic scene, and return to their room without being observed? And perhaps more importantly, if the killer was indeed among their small group, What might drive them to strike again before their enforced isolation came to an end? The afternoon was drawing toward evening, and with the approach of darkness would come new challenges and new fears for a group of people who had learned that their comfortable assumptions about human nature and social bonds might prove tragically inadequate to the harsh realities of murder, deception, and the desperate lengths to which civilized people might go when their most carefully guarded secrets were threatened with exposure. The late afternoon light filtering through the drawing-room windows had taken on the golden quality that marked autumn days in the English countryside, each ray carrying within it the accumulated warmth of what had been, despite its tragic circumstances, a remarkably beautiful October day. The storm's aftermath had left the air crystalline and pure, and the Manor's gardens displayed that particular brilliance that came after heavy rain had washed away the dust and debris of ordinary weather. It was the kind of light that medieval illuminators had tried to capture in their manuscripts, the kind that made ordinary objects seem touched with significance beyond their mundane purposes. Lady Margaret had been studying the faces of her 3 remaining guests as the afternoon's revelations settled into their collective understanding like sediment in a still pond. Each face told its own story of adjustment to the new realities that Miss Carlyle's admissions had forced them to confront. The comfortable social masks that had served them through the weekend's initial pleasantries had given way to expressions of wariness, calculation, and what might have been fear as they each reassessed their companions in light of information that transformed casual acquaintances into potential adversaries. Dr. Geoffrey Hartwell sat with the careful stillness of someone whose professional composure was being tested by personal revelations that struck at the foundation of his family's honour. His medical training had taught him to maintain objective analysis even under emotional stress, but the colour had not yet returned to his face since learning of Professor Whitmore's planned assault on his father's posthumous reputation. His hands, normally steady from years of surgical precision, showed a barely perceptible tremor as he reached for his teacup. James Hartwell had positioned himself where he could observe both his brother and the approach to the drawing-room, his military instincts keeping him alert to potential threats, even as his analytical mind worked to process the complex web of connections that Miss Carlyle's research had revealed. The afternoon's discussions had transformed their gathering from a peaceful country house mystery into something that felt increasingly like a strategic situation requiring careful planning and constant vigilance. Miss Carlyle herself appeared simultaneously relieved and apprehensive about her decision to reveal her true purpose for attending the weekend gathering. Her journalistic training had taught her to value truth above social comfort, but she was clearly struggling with the ethical implications of having deceived her hosts and fellow guests about her motivations. The notebook before her contained information that had suddenly become not just material for magazine articles, but potential evidence in a murder investigation. The silence that had settled over their small group was not uncomfortable in the way that most social silences were, but rather pregnant with the weight of thoughts that each person needed to organise before they could be safely expressed. It was the kind of quiet that came before important decisions, the pause that wise people took before committing themselves to courses of action that could not be easily undone. Margaret realised that they had reached a crucial juncture in their investigation. The morning's discovery had shocked them into amateur detective work. The afternoon's systematic inquiry had established facts and timelines, and Miss Carlyle's revelations had provided the complex web of motives that could explain Professor Whitmore's death. But they still lacked the final piece of the puzzle, the specific mechanism by which someone had managed to kill the professor and arrange the library scene without being detected. "I believe," she said quietly, her voice carrying the authority that came from being both hostess and owner of the manor where these events had unfolded, "that we need to examine one more aspect of our mystery. We understand now why Professor Whitmore might have been killed, and we know who among us had motives for wanting him silenced. But we still haven't addressed the question of how it was accomplished." "Doctor." Hartwell looked up from his contemplation with the focused attention that medical emergencies had taught him to summon regardless of personal distraction. "You're quite right, Lady Ashworth. Method is often the key that unlocks the entire puzzle. In medical diagnosis, understanding how a condition develops frequently reveals both its cause and its cure. But we've already established that the library was secured after we all retired. James pointed out with the systematic approach that military planning had ingrained in him. Pemberton confirmed that the doors were locked, the windows were latched, and there were no signs of forced entry. How could someone have gained access to commit murder and then escape without leaving traces? Miss Carlyle had been consulting her notes, clearly searching for details that might illuminate this final puzzle. Unless, she said slowly, the killer never left the library at all. What if Professor Whitmore wasn't alone when he died? What if someone remained hidden in the room throughout the night? The suggestion sent a chill through the drawing room, despite the warmth of the afternoon sun. The idea that someone could have concealed themselves among the bookshelves, waiting for the right moment to strike, transformed the library from a sanctuary of learning into something far more sinister, a trap that the professor had walked into unknowingly. Margaret found herself thinking about the library's layout with new understanding. The room is quite large, she said thoughtfully, and there are several alcoves between the tall bookshelves where someone could remain hidden if they knew the space well. But that would require considerable advanced planning and intimate knowledge of the Manor's evening routines. It would also require someone with nerves steady enough to remain motionless for hours while waiting for their opportunity, James observed grimly. Not everyone would be capable of such patience and self-control. Dr. Hartwell had been considering the medical aspects of their theorized scenario. If someone did remain hidden in the library, they would have had to strike quickly and silently to prevent Professor Whitmore from calling for help. That suggests either considerable physical strength or medical knowledge of how to incapacitate someone without obvious violence. The implications of this observation hung in the air like smoke from a recently extinguished candle. Dr. Hartwell possessed exactly the medical knowledge that such a crime would require, and his motive for protecting his father's reputation was certainly powerful enough to drive desperate action. Yet something in his manner, in his careful analysis of the evidence and his willingness to speculate about methods that might implicate him, suggested either remarkable self-control or genuine innocence. Margaret realised that they needed to move beyond theoretical speculation to concrete examination of the evidence. Perhaps we should return to the library, she suggested carefully. Not to enter the room and disturb the scene, but to examine it more systematically from outside. If someone did hide there throughout the night, there might be traces we haven't yet noticed. The suggestion was met with general agreement, though she could see in each face the mixture of determination and apprehension that marked people approaching a task they knew must be done, despite their reluctance to confront its implications. They had spent the day as amateur investigators examining an intellectual puzzle, but returning to the actual scene of Professor Whitmore's death would force them to confront once again the human reality of what had occurred within those book-lined walls. The corridor leading to the library felt different in the late afternoon light than it had during the morning's initial discovery. The shadows were longer, the silence more profound, and the sealed door bore its small notice like a monument to mysteries that might never be fully resolved. Margaret produced the key that Pemberton had returned to her keeping, though they had agreed that the room itself would remain sealed until their investigation was complete. The windows, Dr. Hartwell observed, moving to examine the tall casements that looked out onto the Manor's gardens. From this angle, we can see the entire room quite clearly, including areas that weren't visible from the doorway this morning. Miss Carlyle positioned herself at another window, her journalist's eye taking in details with professional thoroughness. The scattered books and papers form a more complex pattern than I initially realised, she said slowly. It's almost as if they were arranged to tell a story, with the medieval manuscript as the centrepiece of a carefully composed tableau. James had moved to examine the third window, which offered a view of the fireplace and the chair where Professor Whitmore's body had been discovered. From this perspective, I can see something we missed this morning, he said quietly. There's what appears to be a second glass on the floor beside the professor's chair, partially hidden by the scattered papers. The observation sent a ripple of excitement through their small group. A second glass suggested that Professor Whitmore had not been alone during his final hours, that someone had indeed joined him for what might have been intended as a friendly conversation, but had ended in death. "Can you see anything else from that angle?" Margaret asked, moving to stand beside James at the window. "Yes," he replied thoughtfully. The arrangement of books on the floor isn't random at all. They're positioned to create clear pathways through the room, almost as if someone wanted to be able to move quickly and silently without stepping on scattered volumes. And there, near the far bookshelf, he paused, pointing toward a shadowy alcove. There appears to be an indentation in the carpet where someone might have stood for an extended period. Dr. Hartwell had been examining the room from his own vantage point, his medical training drawing his attention to details that others might miss. "The professor's posture in the chair is quite revealing when viewed from this angle," he said quietly. "His head is tilted slightly to the left, his hands are folded naturally in his lap, and there's no evidence of struggle or distress. Whatever caused his death, it happened quickly and without apparent pain." Miss Carlyle looked up from her note-taking. "Doctor, in your medical opinion, what could cause such a peaceful death without leaving obvious signs of violence?" "Several possibilities," he replied carefully. "Cardiac arrest brought on by sudden shock or stress, respiratory failure caused by certain pharmaceutical substances, even simple suffocation, if accomplished by someone with knowledge of proper technique and the physical strength to restrain the victim without causing visible injury." The clinical nature of his analysis was somehow more disturbing than dramatic speculation might have been. The idea that Professor Whitmore's death had been accomplished with medical precision suggested a killer who was not only motivated by powerful emotional drives but also possessed the technical knowledge to carry out their plan with chilling efficiency. Margaret found herself studying Dr. Hartwell's face as he spoke, searching for signs that might reveal whether his clinical analysis came from professional knowledge or personal experience. His expression remained calm and analytical, but she thought she detected something deeper in his eyes. Perhaps guilt, perhaps fear, or perhaps simply the profound sadness that came from understanding exactly how fragile the boundary between life and death really was. "There's something else we should consider," James said suddenly, his attention caught by details visible through his window. The medieval manuscript that was so prominently displayed. From this angle, I can see that it's positioned exactly where someone sitting in the professor's chair would be forced to look at it. Almost as if the killer wanted to ensure that his final sight would be of that particular text, about identifying dangerous community members. The observation added another layer of psychological complexity to their understanding of the crime. If the killer had indeed arranged for Professor Whitmore to see that specific passage as he died, it suggested not just murder, but a form of moral judgment, a final message about justice and retribution that went beyond simple elimination of a threat. Miss Carlyle had been taking careful notes throughout their examination, but now she set down her pen and looked directly at each of her companions. "I think we need to acknowledge what our investigation has revealed," she said quietly. "We know that Professor Whitmore was killed by someone with medical knowledge, someone who had powerful personal motives for silencing him, and someone who possessed intimate knowledge of this house and its routines. The evidence points quite clearly to one conclusion. The silence that followed her words was heavy with unspoken implications. They had all reached the same logical conclusion, but none of them wanted to be the first to voice it directly. The combination of motive, means, and opportunity that their investigation had revealed pointed inexorably toward Dr. Geoffrey Hartwell as the most likely candidate for Professor Whitmore's killer. But it was Dr. Hartwell himself who finally broke the silence, his voice carrying the quiet dignity that marked medical professionals confronting difficult truths. "You're all thinking that I killed Professor Whitmore to protect my father's reputation," he said calmly, "and I understand why the evidence supports that conclusion. I had the medical knowledge to kill without leaving obvious signs of violence. I had powerful personal motives for wanting to silence him before he could publish his accusations against my father. And I had access to this house and knowledge of its routines that would have made the crime possible." Margaret felt her heart beating rapidly as she realized they were approaching the moment of resolution that had been building throughout their long day of investigation. "Dr. Hartwell," she said gently, "we're not making accusations. We're simply trying to understand what happened to our friend." "But you are making accusations," he replied with a sad smile, "and perhaps you should, because there is indeed a connection between Professor Whitmore's death and the defence of my father's honour. But it's not the connection you think." James had turned from his window examination to focus completely on his brother, his military training making him acutely aware that they might be approaching a moment of confession that could prove dangerous for all of them. "Geoffrey," he said carefully, "what are you trying to tell us?" Dr. Hartwell moved away from the library window and sat down heavily in one of the corridor chairs, his professional composure finally giving way to what appeared to be exhaustion and profound emotional strain. "I'm trying to tell you that while I didn't kill Professor Whitmore, I know who did, and I know why. And I've been struggling all day with the question of whether justice requires me to reveal that information, or whether mercy demands that I protect someone whose actions, while inexcusable, were driven by love and desperation." The revelation struck their small group like a physical blow. The idea that Dr. Hartwell possessed knowledge of the killer's identity, that he had been withholding crucial information throughout their day-long investigation, transformed their understanding of both the crime and their amateur detective work. Miss Carlyle leaned forward with intense professional interest. "Doctor, if you know who killed Professor Whitmore, you have a moral obligation to reveal that information. Justice for the dead requires truth, regardless of the personal cost to the living." "Does it?" he asked quietly. "What if the truth serves no one's interests? What if revealing the killer's identity would destroy an innocent life, without bringing back the dead or preventing future crimes? What if the person who committed this act is already dying of guilt and remorse, and will never harm anyone again?" Margaret realised that they had moved into territory that went far beyond the comfortable realm of intellectual puzzle solving into the complex moral landscape where justice, mercy, love, and truth created competing obligations that couldn't be easily resolved through logical analysis. "Doctor," she said gently, "perhaps you should tell us what you know, and let us help you decide what justice requires in this case. You've carried this burden alone for too long already." Dr. Hartwell looked around at the faces of his companions, people who had started as strangers but had become something like comrades, through their shared ordeal of investigation and discovery. After a long moment, he nodded slowly, as if reaching a decision that he had been postponing throughout their long day of revelations. "Very well," he said quietly, "but I warn you, the truth is more complex and more tragic than any of our theories have suggested, and once you hear it, you'll understand why I've been reluctant to speak, and why the question of what to do with this knowledge is far more difficult than you might imagine." The late afternoon light continued to slant through the corridor windows, casting long shadows that seemed to reach toward the sealed library door like fingers pointing toward secrets that were finally ready to be revealed. Their amateur investigation had brought them to the threshold of truth, but Dr. Hartwell's warning suggested that the final revelation might prove more challenging to their comfortable assumptions about justice and human nature than anything they had yet discovered. The moment of confession was at hand, and with it would come the knowledge that would either provide closure to their ordeal or transform it into something even more complex and morally ambiguous than the mystery they thought they had been solving. The evening light that settled over Ashworth Manor carried with it the gentle promise of resolution that comes only after truth has finally been spoken aloud, no matter how difficult or painful that truth might be. The shadows had grown long across the corridor where their small group had gathered for Dr. Hartwell's final revelation, and the sealed library door behind them seemed somehow less ominous now that the secrets it had guarded were ready to be shared with those who had worked so diligently to uncover them. Dr. Geoffrey Hartwell sat in quiet contemplation for several moments, his medical training having taught him the value of choosing words carefully when delivering news that would fundamentally alter people's understanding of their world. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the gentle authority that had comforted countless patients through difficult diagnoses and uncertain prognoses. "The person who killed Professor Whitmore," he said quietly, "was my father." The words fell into the evening silence like stones dropped into still water, creating ripples of shock and confusion that spread through their small group in waves. Margaret felt her breath catch in her throat as she struggled to process information that seemed to contradict everything they had established about the timeline of events. "Your father?" Miss Carlyle asked, her journalist's instincts immediately engaging with the logical impossibility of the statement. "But Dr. Hartwell, you said your father died 3 years ago. How could he have killed Professor Whitmore last night? Dr. Hartwell's smile held a mixture of sadness and what might have been relief at finally being able to share the burden he had been carrying alone. He didn't kill him last night, he explained gently. He killed him 25 years ago, during what appeared to be an accident at an archaeological excavation site in Syria. The man who died in our library last night was not Professor Edwin Whitmore at all, but rather Harold Pembroke, a graduate student who had been working with both my father and the real Professor Whitmore on that fateful expedition. The revelation struck their gathering like a bolt of lightning, illuminating connections and explanations that had remained hidden throughout their day-long investigation. Margaret found herself thinking back over all their conversations with the man they had known as Professor Whitmore, searching for clues that might have revealed his true identity if she had been wise enough to recognise them. Harold Pembroke assumed Professor Whitmore's identity after my father killed the real professor to prevent him from exposing evidence of archaeological fraud, Dr. Hartwell continued. For 25 years, he lived as Edwin Whitmore, built a scholarly reputation on stolen research, and carried the terrible secret of what had really happened in that Syrian excavation. James leaned forward with the focused attention that intelligence work had trained him to bring to complex revelations. And you learned about this? How? When? 3 months ago, his brother replied quietly. Harold Pembroke, the man we knew as Professor Whitmore, came to see me in London. He was dying, you see. Cancer, advanced and inoperable. He had perhaps 6 months to live, and he could no longer bear the weight of living a lie. He wanted to confess everything, to restore the real Professor Whitmore's reputation posthumously, and to ensure that my father's crimes were finally exposed. Miss Carlyle had been taking rapid notes throughout this extraordinary revelation, but now she looked up with the sharp curiosity that marked her professional approach to gathering information. But if he was planning to confess publicly, why was he killed? And by whom? Dr. Hartwell's expression grew even more sombre as he prepared to reveal the final piece of their puzzle. He was killed by the one person who couldn't bear to see our father's reputation destroyed, even posthumously. Someone who had spent decades building a career on the foundation of believing in our father's integrity and scholarly achievements. Someone who felt that preserving that reputation was worth any sacrifice. The implications of his words settled over their small group like evening mist, obscuring comfortable certainties and revealing landscapes of moral complexity that none of them had anticipated. Margaret realised with growing horror that she understood exactly what Dr. Hartwell was telling them. James, she whispered, looking at the younger Hartwell brother with new understanding. It was James. Dr. Hartwell nodded sadly. My brother spent 4 years fighting in the worst trenches of the Western Front. He watched thousands of young men die for ideals that often proved to be illusions. The one thing that sustained him through that horror was his belief in our father's integrity, his conviction that Edmund Hartwell represented the best of English scholarly achievement and moral character. James had been listening to his brother's revelations with the careful stillness of someone whose military training had taught him to remain calm under extreme stress. Now he spoke for the first time since the confession began, his voice carrying the quiet dignity of a soldier, accepting responsibility for actions he could not undo. When Harold Pembroke told Geoffrey about his planned confession, Geoffrey came to me for advice, James said simply. He thought I might have ideas about how to handle the situation, given my wartime experience with difficult decisions. But when I learned what our father had really done, what the foundation of my entire worldview had been built upon, he paused, his hands clasped tightly in his lap. I couldn't bear it. I couldn't let the one pure thing that had survived the war be destroyed by the confessions of a dying man. Margaret felt tears beginning to form in her eyes as she understood the full tragedy of their situation. So you arranged to be invited to the same weekend gathering, where Harold would have access to medieval manuscripts that might support his confession. I told Lady Ashworth that I was interested in scholarly conversation, James confirmed quietly. I knew she would invite Harold if she thought he might find interesting research materials here, and I knew that once he was isolated in the countryside, I could prevent him from carrying out his plan to destroy our father's reputation. Dr. Hartwell had been watching his brother throughout this exchange with the complex mixture of love and sorrow that marked family relationships strained beyond their normal limits. James asked me to provide him with something that would cause a quick, peaceful death he said he couldn't bear. Thought of Harold's suffering, even though he felt compelled to stop him from speaking publicly about our father's crimes. The medical knowledge, Miss Carlyle said softly, understanding now why the evidence had seemed to point toward Dr. Hartwell himself. You provided your brother with the means to kill painlessly. A cardiac stimulant that becomes lethal in certain dosages, Dr. Hartwell confirmed. Administered properly, it causes heart failure that appears entirely natural, particularly in a man of Harold's age and medical condition. James dissolved it in brandy and joined Harold in the library after the rest of us had retired. The picture was becoming complete now, the scattered pieces of their investigation finally forming a coherent narrative that explained everything from the timing of the death to the dramatic arrangement of the library scene. James had hidden among the bookshelves until he was certain the household was asleep, then emerged to share a final drink with the man who threatened to destroy the last pure memory of their father. The medieval manuscript, Margaret said, understanding now why it had been positioned so prominently. You wanted Harold to understand why you were killing him. James nodded, his military bearing unable to completely conceal the emotional exhaustion that had been building throughout their day of investigation. I wanted him to see that text about identifying dangerous members of religious communities. I wanted him to understand that while I respected his desire to clear his conscience, I couldn't allow him to destroy something more important than one man's peace of mind. And then you arranged the scene to look like a burglary or search. Dr. Hartwell continued, hoping that investigators would assume Harold had been killed by someone seeking to steal valuable manuscripts or suppress some other kind of damaging information. The evening light continued to fade as their extraordinary story reached its conclusion, and Margaret realised that they had moved far beyond the comfortable realm of country house mystery into territory where moral judgments became almost impossible to make. James had committed murder, but his victim had been living a lie built on another murder. Dr. Hartwell had assisted in the crime, but his motive had been protecting a brother whose war service had earned him society's gratitude and respect. What happens now? Miss Carlyle asked quietly, her journalist instincts struggling with ethical obligations that extended beyond simple truth-telling to questions about the greater good of society and the value of human redemption. Dr. Hartwell looked around at each of their faces, searching for guidance in a situation that his medical training had never prepared him to handle. That depends on what you believe justice requires in this case. We could reveal everything when the authorities finally arrive, ensuring that Harold Pembroke's true identity is known and that both murders, my father's and James's, are properly documented for history. Or, Margaret prompted gently, or we could allow the official investigation to conclude that Harold Pembroke, known as Professor Edwin Whitmore, died of natural causes while conducting research in Lady Ashworth's library. His cancer would have killed him within months anyway, and his death prevents the public revelation of crimes that would destroy the reputations of people who are no longer alive to defend themselves. James had been listening to this discussion with the careful attention of someone whose military experience had taught him to accept the consequences of his actions, whatever they might be. I want you all to know that I'm prepared to face whatever judgment you decide is appropriate. I committed murder, and I understand that such actions demand accountability, regardless of my motivations. The silence that followed his words was filled with the weight of moral decision-making that none of them had expected to face when they accepted Margaret's invitation to spend a quiet weekend in the countryside. They held in their hands the power to determine not just James's fate, but the posthumous reputations of multiple people whose lives had been shaped by crimes and secrets stretching back across decades. Margaret realised that the choice before them represented something larger than simple questions of legal justice. They were being asked to decide what society owed to the living versus what it owed to the dead, what weight should be given to wartime service versus peacetime crimes, what value should be placed on truth versus mercy in circumstances where both demanded consideration. As the last light of evening faded from the corridor windows, and the first stars began to appear in the clear post-storm sky, their small group sat in quiet contemplation of decisions that would echo through the rest of their lives. The library behind them held its secrets in peaceful silence now, its books restored to their proper order by servants who had worked quietly throughout the day to repair the damage that human passions had inflicted upon the sanctuary of learning. Professor Edwin Whitmore, or Harold Pembroke, as they now knew him, rested in the dignity that death brings to all human struggles. His long deception finally ended, his burden of guilt transferred to those who survived him. The medieval manuscript that had served as his final message had been returned to its proper place among the monastery records, its illuminated warnings about dangerous community members once again safely contained within the broader context of historical scholarship. The storm that had isolated them from the outside world was truly over now, and by tomorrow afternoon the roads would be clear, the telephone lines repaired, and their extraordinary weekend of amateur detection would give way to whatever official investigations the authorities deemed necessary. But the bonds forged among them during their shared ordeal of discovery and moral decision-making would endure long after they returned to their normal lives in London and beyond. In the end, they chose mercy over strict justice, understanding over judgment, and the complex wisdom that recognises how rarely human actions fall into the simple categories of right and wrong that make moral decision-making comfortable rather than agonising. Their choice would remain forever sealed among the secrets that Ashworth Manor had accumulated across its long history. One more story of human complexity hidden within walls that had witnessed centuries of similar struggles between conscience and circumstance. As they finally rose to return to the warmth of the drawing room for their last evening together, Margaret looked back once more at the library door, now unsealed and ready to return to its proper function as a sanctuary for those seeking wisdom in the accumulated knowledge of centuries. The books waited patiently on their shelves, holding stories of human triumph and failure that put their own small drama into the larger perspective of history's long and continuing narrative. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new choices, but tonight they could rest in the peace that comes from truth spoken and burdens shared among people who had learned to see past social conventions to the complex humanity that bound them together in understanding, forgiveness, and hope.